Valley Tower Irish 1 ready at runway 31 straight on departure. Irish 1 cleared for takeoff, runway 31 straight on departure approved.
Good evening all, you're all very welcome to the stream here at Irish Skies on Twitch, Andy G on YouTube, or even Hobbit Gaming if you're tuning in on Facebook. So this evening is going to be a little bit different. We're starting off small, and we're going to work our way up to something a little bigger through the mock loop. Can we do it correctly? We had problems with this the other day, but we'll give it a go and see. We're going to use the live weather, see how the live weather looks on the stream, and then decide if we're going to go through the mock loop with the live weather. So, let's get ourselves set up, shall we? Okay, so we have our live weather in. And now I have my maps for the mock loop. Hope you're all doing well this evening. If you say a big hello to me on the stream, don't forget I do answer back. Anyone, if you enjoy this sort of content, please let me know also. So, brakes are off. We're in the Indio Echo 339. Really nice model by them there as well. Turn our anti-skid on. Should have done that before we took off, but there we go. As we rotate away from the runway, gear is coming in. As we turn towards the mock loop. Helps when everything is switched on my panel as well. What is it telling me? Ice. So get our anti-ice systems on. Looks like I'm not the only one in the mock loop tonight in the 339, so that it should be interesting to see if I get overtaken like I did earlier in the week. Just get some lights on, get some... Perfect, here we are, ready to go. Hope you're all doing well this evening though. Going to see how we get on. I know one person that's on the stream will probably be screaming at me later on going, "No, you've gone the wrong way." Well, I probably have, so if that's the case, let me know in the stream and we'll hopefully correct that as well. We'll get the ATC, or air traffic control, to
Valley Tower Irish
be
1
quiet while we
frequency
do this.
change.
So earlier in the week I managed to plough into the side of a hill doing this. Everyone got a giggle. So hopefully that's not going to happen. I've made some changes to the settings for the stream this evening, so hopefully it is turning out just as clear for all of you as it normally does. So sitting at 1100 feet right now, ascending through 1000. We need to climb over the hills in just a couple of moments as we now head towards the mock loop. Stunning day out though. Just after we do the 339 through the loop, if we do it successfully, we're going to swap over to something a lot bigger. We're going to head for an Airbus A320. Yes, that will be absolute chaos. So if you do want to join me though on the stream to join in and help fly along the mock loop, please let me know. Let me know your username. We'll happily welcome you in as well into the stream and into our flight. That 339 looks like it's climbing out of the mock loop, so you must be going back for fuel. Oh, it looks like he's actually going back in. And I've lost on my EFB where I am, so I need to reset that before I can enter the loop. There we go, now I have it back. Get some hands back on the stick as we enter the mock loop in just a moment. Beautiful day here along the coast as we start to get our aircraft trimmed and set up as we head in. Just sitting at 500 feet, we will be going a lot lower and a lot faster in just a couple of minutes. Switch off our anti-ice system, giving a little bit more power to the engine as we go. You're tuning into the stream, good evening. Hope you're all doing very well on this cold weekend. Hope it's a little bit warmer where you are. So 152 and an A320 out that direction. Okay, it shouldn't affect us as we enter the loop in just a moment. So currently sitting at about 340 knots. We'll enter the loop at about 350 and we'll be low level as well. Hold on to your hats. Don't spill your drinks. Cue the dramatic music. Feet, 350 knots. Can we maintain that throughout the loop? Nah, we'll go lower. So will we find the roads that we need to stay on? Will we hit the side of a hill? I hope not. So for any of those, or any of you guys that go to the mock loop, hopefully I don't do this wrong and fudge it up. Over this ridge, we'll be in the right area to enter the loop. And we just overflew at CAD East and CAD West. We'll get it on the next lap. There is the road we need to follow as we start our overbank 350 knots, slowing down as the aircraft makes that sharp bank and continuing our track along. Here's a couple of turns I may overfly. That's only because I ended up stalling and going into it the other day. Not very pretty at all. And this is one of them. Didn't manage to crash it this time round. But I did end up stuffing it up and going the wrong way. We'll rejoin back onto the track in just one moment. And here we go, back onto it. That was horrible. Second time round, hopefully it's going to be better. It's currently 250 feet, 300 knots. Accelerating back to the 350. Still maintaining the river, 340 knots currently, as we come back around for our second pass into the mock loop. There is the road we'll need to follow, the roadway, the A470 I believe it is. As we still follow the river along, bringing us back to the mock loop. Following the road to the left here, coming back in towards Cad East, Cad West. Overbanking on this left turn as we go. Will an Airbus A320 fit in here? Let me know. As we go wings level, about to make our left turn, Cad East, Cad West coming up on our left hand side of the aircraft. Turning in now, wings level. 350 knots. We'll go one more round of the loop before heading back to RAF Valley before we choose and select our Airbus A320 for the trip. Will we do it? Who knows? That was a much better pass that second time. Continuing around, continue around the loop, following that river as we go. Hopefully when the DC Designs F15 comes out, we'll be able to do it in that, see how it goes. After we've done the A320 through the loop, or if we successfully get an A320 through the loop, may do a flight from Munich and see how we get on, where we go. Where would you like to see? Let me know. If you are new to the channel and enjoy this sort of content, don't forget to follow or click that follow or subscribe button. It is very much appreciated as we do this. Straight and level as we go. Going to be overbanking just a couple of moments time as we follow that road all the way back to the loop. So down at 400 feet, 340 knots. So as I said, it will be one more pass through the loop and then timing back out, back to RAF Valley. Following the road on our left, heading or left and below, we're going to overbank and back in. Following the road once again overbanking into our left-hand turn. Following that road. Climbing away as we go. Last round of the loop, back to the Cross Foxes, and then turning back into Cad East, Cad West. If you're a photographer down there, have your cameras ready. Cad East, Cad West on the left, as we turn in. Once again, Cad East and Cad West straight ahead as we overbank on the way in. And thank you very much for the follow. It is very much appreciated as we go through. .350 knots overbanking back through. If you're tuning in on Facebook, Hobbit Gaming, YouTube, and EG, and here on Twitch, it is Irish Skies. Thank you very much for tuning in this evening, guys. It is very much appreciated. And this is a turn that I do not like, as I've screwed up here many times. But we'll give it a go anyway. So 300 knots, once again going to accelerate back to 350, and then we'll use Cad East and Cad West as our exit point back to RAF Valley. Get ready with our Airbus A320, and see if we can get that through the loop. Not going to be as aggressive, however, as the A320 only has a bank limiter of 60 degrees, and you'll probably hear it screaming out bank angle at me as we go. Thanks very much, guys, for tuning in and for the follow. It is very much appreciated. overbanking as we come back through this turn. And once again, accelerating back to 350 knots. We're only at 340 at the moment. So this is the India Echo 3M339 that I'm flying. It's in the Frecce Tricolori colours, and it is one fun aircraft, I have to admit. Hopefully plenty more to come from India Echo Designs. Definitely looking forward to the DC Designs F-15 coming later this month. That's going to be quite enjoyable, full afterburner aircraft, and yeah, it's going to look pretty impressive, I think, through the mock loop. Sharp turn coming up here to the left as we overbank into the next valley, heading back towards CAD East and CAD West. Once we head through there, again, it's going to be our final rollout back to RAF Valley, and then doing it again in an Airbus A320. So you might call me silly, or you might even just call me stupid, but we're going to do it anyway. Seeing our shadow as we go. Back visual with the road and following it back to Cross Foxes, back into CAD East, CAD West, where we're actually going to exit through the loop and back to RAF Valley. CAD East, CAD West once again coming up on the left as we roll in. Accelerating back to 350. 350 knots as we roll back into CAD East, CAD West for our departure. Back to full power. Accelerate for our climb out. .400 knots, and we're pulling back on the stick as we exit the mock loop. Bit of an aggressive climb out, but it will do. And our master caution comes on at the same time, which is warning us that our pylon tanks are now empty. So that would be us bingo fuel as we head back to RAF Valley. Another M339 overhead valley by the looks of it. He may even be coming back to the loop. I think he'll call us a little crazy when he sees an Airbus A320 flying through here in just a couple of minutes. So just a shout out for the few users that have recently followed in the last few minutes. Big thank you to Karen on Facebook for following, Matt Bright for following, and even a few people commenting. So what are people saying? What about the 380? Well, the A380 is coming by fly-by-wire. They are working with Microsoft and Asobo Studios to bring that out. So a 380 through the loop, well, if once it comes out, we will try it. Why not? But first we're going to try the Airbus A320 Neo by fly-by-wire for the or through the loop in just a couple of minutes. So 3,100 feet, heading back to RAF Valley. Yeah, Jean-Claude, I have got a number of hours on different aircraft, or various aircraft, from the Cessna 335s. The 295 I will have a few hours on coming soon, so it is very similar to the Airbus cockpit. I've also got PC-9 experience as well. the tasty beverage that I have tonight, very Irish thing to do, cup of tea. Thanks very much for the likes there, guys. They are well appreciated. Can we fly back to the loop or to RAF Valley like this? I definitely think that we would get in a little bit of trouble as we do so. So definitely not going to try that. Plenty of fuel still on board. However, we went bingo fuel on our trip through the loop. So we will be back with an Airbus A320neo in just a couple of minutes. So 2,500 feet, or 2,600 feet on the way back to the valley. We'll break into the pattern and then we'll head in for our landing. See what runway is available at RAF Valley. And get the weather as well.
Valley Airport Information Uniform 10000. Wind 174 at 8. Visibility 6. Sky condition. Few clouds at 700 feet.
So runway 31 in use at Valley.
200 feet. Few clouds at 11,700 feet. Temperature 3. 2.10.
And we have the right setting in the altimeter as well. We're going to request our full stop landing as we head back to Valley.
Valley Tower Irish 1 is 23 miles southeast with uniform to land. Irish 1 Valley Tower. Fly straight in runway 31.
Let's go straight into runway 31.
Decimal 33 with 174 at 8.
As I said, we'll break into the pattern at RAF Valley, making a left-hand circuit
Fly
to
straight
runway
in
31.
runway 31 Irish 1.
As we can see it, just off in the distance. Also going to descend back down to pattern altitude for a value of approximately 1,800 feet. 2,000 to 800 feet, 1,800 feet. And that's M339, the same aircraft that we're flying just off our nose to the east. Leveling out 1,700 feet, and we'll enter in to the traffic pattern at RAF Valley in just a moment. Still at 320 knots indicated airspeed on our Mach meter. And another 339 off to our east. Got 2 minutes to run to RAF Valley. You can see the beacon flashing straight ahead of us as we turn in. $17.50 on the altimeter as we run into RAF Valley.
Irish 1 cleared to land runway 31.
Just gotten our landing clearance at Valley. As I said, we will break overhead of RAF Valley running into runway 31
Cleared
as well.
to land runway 31 Irish 1.
There is the runway straight ahead of us. We'll run straight down and break into a left-hand pattern before applying our air brake, slowing down to approximately 150 knots, get our landing gear down and our flaps out as well. Sending in for Valley, we will now switch on our landing light, 1,500 feet, as we begin our run-in to runway 31. 700 feet. This is where we're going to break in just a moment. .350 knots on the brake at the end of the runway into the left-hand pattern to land at 3-1 at Valley. We're covering one right. That's the speed coming back, 250 knots as we return back down into land at Valley. Speed still coming back, gear's going to come down at 150 knots. And the landing gear is now coming down. Speed brake is coming in and we'll go to full flaps for the landing. Throttle to idle, flaring over the threshold and touching down smoothly as our air brake comes out for the landing. And we are down, stopping at the end of the runway, taxiing clear and then shutting down and coming back in just a moment with our Airbus A320. As we vacate off to the right. Get our nose gear steering in, below 30 knots on the 339. Making our turn in now, clear of the runway.
Irish 1, contact ground on 122.1.
Acknowledge our handoff.
122.1
and we will
Irish
now
1.
taxi off and into position onto the apron. Thank you very much for the follow there, Jorman. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Very much appreciated. So landing light come off, taxi light can go on, and we'll get ready to shut this aircraft down in just a moment. Beautiful aircraft, as I said, the 339. Take a look at it from the outside. Absolutely stunning in the Frecce Tricolore colours. As I say that, we bring in our flaps as well. Beautiful aircraft indeed. Back into the cockpit and then get ready to shut down. We'll taxi off just in here. It's not exactly a parking position, but it will do for what we need to do. And stop right here. To shut this aircraft down, first of all we're going to apply our parking brake, switch off our aileron servos as we no longer need them, and then cut the fuel mixture. And our engine is now rolling back, as we can see. As we open our canopy, as if we're at one of the air shows, see this beautiful aircraft. Absolutely stunning. So as we say that, whoops, wrong setting, we're going to head into our main menu and then select up our Airbus A320. We're going to take off directly from the runway and fly straight down to the Mach Loop and see how we get on with only 60 degrees worth of bank. I'm also going to reduce the amount of fuel that we have on board. I'm going to bring it into about 15%, a little bit lighter, where we'll have more control as we go through the Mach loop in an Airbus A320. Still think it is being absolutely crazy to do it, but we'll try it. Don't need any of these figures in for this evening. Get rid of them while we can. Well, we'll need the pilot's weight. And we're back within our centre of gravity as well. So we go back to RAF Valley. We're going to take off from runway 31. We have plenty of space to do so. So at RAF Valley we have 7,500 feet of usable runway, just in case we have to come back with a missing engine. We don't need to see those screens. Let's see. As that loads in, we will be right back.
Valley Tower Irish 1 ready at runway 31 departing straight out. Irish 1 cleared for takeoff runway 31 straight out departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 31 Irish 1.
And we are back. An Airbus A320 through the loop. Are we just being silly? Ooh, I'm nervous on this one. Okay. So we have our flaps are set for departure. Everything is set. Well, nearly everything's set. We're going to set up some speeds just for on the way back in. Limit of this aircraft, we're going to set it up for 320 knots. Not going to need it. We're not planning on using the autopilot for this flight. But we will have some speed set up. Parking brake is coming off. Aircraft's already rolling. And here we go. As I get my panel ready as we do. So that's rotation right now on the A320 and climb away. Landing gear is coming up as I also start to retract the flaps in just a moment. As we start to roll out of RAF Valley. So 60 degrees worth of bank. Ooh, will it be doable in the 320? I really don't think so. It's not as manoeuvrable as you can see. We'll load back in some live weather as we're flying down there as well.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
And we're going to get this call out
Too low,
the
terrain.
entire time.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Climb a little bit just so we silence
Too
the
low,
alarm.
terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
There we go.
Irish 1, you are leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Get rid of the ATC. We don't need it. Not just yet,
Tower
anyway.
Irish 1, frequency change.
I currently don't have a set of rudder pedals to use. Someone's asked me that. And no, I'm not using rudder pedals at this time. Hopefully I will have some rudder pedals this time next week. And this one is going to be absolutely terrifying for me as well. If you are sitting in the back, get your drinks order in now. If you're using the bathrooms, I would definitely recommend to use them now as well. Because in a moment, we're going to be going low level through the Mach Loop in an Airbus A320. Loop at 300 knots. Highly unlikely in an A320, but we will still give it a go. So, do you think that we'll get an Airbus through the loop? Let me know. What do you think, guys? No pressure. Let me know what you're thinking. Comment it below. As I said, after this though, whether we do it or if we don't, we're going to go from Munich to Dublin on a flight with using the fly-by-wire A320neo modification for the sim. Highly recommend using it if you have got it. If you haven't got it, definitely download it now. Say going through the loop in an Airbus A320, I would definitely be losing my license. Being this low to the ground in this aircraft is already scaring.
Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Too low terrain.
Let's see, can we turn off? Or, yeah, we can. We've now silenced that alarm. Hopefully, we'll find out now in a moment if they've modeled it within the A320neo by fly-by-wire. Fuel situation. I know we should have plenty of fuel. Yes, we do. At least for maybe 1, possibly 2 rounds on the loop, and then back to RAF Valley. From there though, we're going to take off Munich and then head towards Dublin. I do have the new scenery that is out for Dublin Airport. It is highly realistic. It looks exactly as Dublin should, so if you are, or if you do want to use it, but either for a bit of practice or training, it's definitely usable for that. All of my charts that I use for Dublin on a daily basis match up as well. I'll brighten up my eCam just so I can see them a little bit clearer. Sim a little bit for you, so I'm not blaring you out of it if we get a ground proximity warning once again. We're just passing over Porthmadog, heading down to Barmouth, where we're going to start our turn in into the mock loop. Coming up over Harlech, which is the town that you see in front, before we start our turn into the mock loop. My hands are shaking about to do the mock loop. People are going to go, "What are you doing?" If you are tuning in on Facebook, it is Hobbit Gaming. If you do happen to be tuning in on YouTube, hello, it is Andy G. And if you are coming in on Twitch, it is Irish Skies. That 339 just landing, as we can see below. As we flash him with our landing lights in the process. And he's landed on the closed runway. Give him a wing wag. Not much of one, but we'll still give it to him. Thank you very much for the follow. Very much appreciated. Once again, we're now going to be turning in at Barmouth and heading back into the mock loop. We're going to turn a little bit earlier than the Cross Foxes. That's only due to the size of this aircraft. Switching on our terrain radar with the ground, or with the train and ground proximity warning as well. As we start our descent just a little bit lower. I have a funny feeling we're either going to rip the wings off this A320 or we're going to hit a hill. As I mentioned, we are limited to 60 degrees worth of bank in the Airbus A320 as we do so. So that is our turn in at Barmouth. I'm a little bit further to the south than I wanted to be. And this is as slow as this aircraft is going to...
terrain.
There we go. Is going to allow. So right now, 260 knots we're sitting at. And we actually have our landing inhibit. We're not planning on landing though, as you can see. Landing lights on though, just to get things a little bit more interesting. This is where the pressure gets on. I am now starting to get nervous. Yeah, I will go to an external view in just a couple of moments, just for the mock loop. It's going to be extremely tight, and yes, you'll definitely see me going into the side of a hill if I go to an external view. But I will do so in just a moment on the way back. So as you can see, it's a little bit harder to see where my turn-in areas are as well. But we're starting to make our turn into the loop in just a moment. So, starting to follow the river as we start our trip into the mock loop in an Airbus A320. Gonna try and get a little bit lower as we go. The aircraft is now trying to push itself out. I'm now in the wrong valley, unfortunately, which we'll swap over in just a second. We head back to sea. So climb over this hill, off to the left, and into the mock loop. So as I don't have the turning radius, I'm going to get myself set up where we can, and we'll drop into the loop. So, as you can see, I'm a little bit off CAD East and CAD West, just off the left-hand side, but we will see where we can go. So, we have visual on the road. The best that we're going to get for a bank. We will try get as low as we can. Gonna cut this ridge because I know I just don't have the turning circle available to me before I drop back in. We have a sharp turn here at McKinleth. Back up the rear valley. And then back towards CAD East and CAD West. A couple of minutes. So that is the limit the aircraft will bank at, 60 degrees worth of bank, and we've already bled off 100 knots. So just a moment, we're going to level out as best we can up the back side of the mock loop before heading back in. Hopefully this time getting a pass into CAD East and CAD West. I'm fighting the aircraft the entire time, the fly-by-wire design of the Airbus aircraft. In real life and in the sim by Fly-by-Wire Designs has done an amazing job replicating the system, so the aircraft is fighting back the entire time. So 300 feet, 250 knots on the speed as we hear it coming back in. And my passengers in the back are screaming like I don't know what. I hope you're not one of them. Don't worry, drinks are on the house though. Because we're below 500 feet, I don't have any terrain guidance, so it's all by eye. Ooh, that's a terrifying shadow even in the sim. There is the roadway. Want to keep that on my left, just as a visual reference to make my turns. And now it's under me. Oh my god. So, sharp left-hand turn coming up ahead. Gonna have to come out wide a little bit more than I'd like. See if we get this overbank in to the valley. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Will we do it? Not as sharp as I'd want. And rolling wings level. That's the best overbank I could try and get. It wasn't even much of an overbank, but we got another couple of spots to try it. This is the turn I'm not looking forward to. This and into Cad East, Cad West. 250 knots. Can we do it? As we try fight this aircraft to get it back level. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Ooh, that was terrifying. Okay. As I'm full forward on the stick. Coming up to the Cross Foxes, Cad East, Cad West, coming up on our left. Turning in now, just to be early on the turn. As this aircraft is fighting me the entire time. Cad East and Cad West coming up, as you can see straight ahead on the nose. 1200 feet altimeter, we are lower than that, we're approximately 400 feet above the ground. And here we go, can we overbank at Cad East? Cad West. This will also be our pull-out zone, to say that we've done it at least once, back to valley. And we managed to get our overbank at 60, not quite our 60-degree mark, but we did get our overbank at Cad East, Cad West, as we now climb back out, head back to RAF Valley. At least we've managed to do it once. We may try that again. That is terrifying. As we get clear of the train, I will go out to the external views and give you a look in just a moment. That's our overspeed warning coming back to idle. Would have definitely lost my license if I did that for real. Okay, 2,500 feet as we roll out level. Bring our speed back to 250 knots. Whoops, as we zoom out, not intentionally. 240 knots. Set our altitude back up 3,000 feet as we head back. Let's take a look at some external views as we do so as well. Actually, going to leave that at 4,000 feet for the way back. So the external views on the Airbus A320neo and of the simulator in general, absolutely stunning. Love the hot exhaust gases coming out as well. They've done an amazing job. So 13% fuel, we had set up for 15. Absolutely a really efficient aircraft. So to show you more of what this aircraft can do in just a couple of minutes, we're going to head off to Munich and then flying back in towards Dublin. Is there anything else, guys, that you would like to see on the stream? Please let me know. We are going to be streaming on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays. Irish Skies on Twitch, Andy G on YouTube, or if you do happen to be on the Facebook, we're also on as Hobbit Gaming. Lots of people on the multiplayer. If you do want to join me, I will put my name into the comments below. It is No One Mini Me, all one word. Come and fly with me. 339s or F-15s by the end of the month through the mock loop, or anywhere else that you would like to see in the as well. Where is my aircraft? Directly below us. Okay, not a great view to see. Trying to figure out the views that we can use still, or how to do them in the showcase camera. So back to one that we know. Get rid of our showcase cam. Oops. I accidentally muted my mic. That's never good. So as we head back now to RAF Valley. We're about 4 minutes out from RAF Valley. We'll be coming up on the nose in just a couple of minutes' time. And we'll set up for our landing as we go in. Does anybody let me know? Just give me one moment, we're reading through some comments. Jean-Claude Robinson would have liked to have been stood on one of those hills and seeing the plane bank through the hills. So would I, absolutely. And I'd say a few other people would so, or would have as well. Does anyone want to see a Airbus braking overhead of RAF Valley to land? Why not? We'll give it a go. As we speed back up. Autopilot coming off. Going back to manually flying this aircraft all the way back in. Landing speed will be with the weight that we have, will be approximately 120 knots at Valley. Again, landing runway 31 at RAF Valley. So we're going to set up our auto brake when we touch down. We're also going to arm our spoilers, and we'll get ready in just a moment to land. People are probably looking at the airspeed and going, what? 200 or 300 knots? That's not going to land. That's going to be a burn. Well, don't worry. We'll break overhead the field first. 2,500 feet. We'll go level. As we slow down. So RF Valley straight ahead. We'll start lining up with the runway and we'll brake to land in an Airbus A320. So we're visual now with the runway, we'll line up with it, we'll run and brake down it, and then slow the aircraft up into the landing configuration, full flaps, lower the landing gear, get the landing light on, and then taxi back into a stand. So 2,000 feet above the ground, lining up with runway 31 at Valley as we get ready to brake overhead the field. Starting our turn in to come in line with the runway. 1,400 feet. feet. We're level. Going to commence our run at approximately 250 to 270 knots. (1,000 feet over the ground). And we'll descend down to approximately 700 feet over the runway before commencing our brake to land in an Airbus. Why not? (600 feet). Start leveling our aircraft out. 500 feet over the ground. Once again, braking on the far end of the runway. We are level at 400 feet. And climbing back to about 1,500 feet and configure for the landing. Our slats are just being brought out. As we slow the aircraft down, 200 knots, we can also start to bring out our landing gear as well. It's a little bit high, 1,800 feet, that's okay as well. It's a little bit of a longer approach in as we go in as well. As we turn upwind at RAF Valley runway 31. And flaps coming to flaps 2. Landing gear is down, the landing light just coming on. Check our cabin. Okay, why not? And our call outs can come back on. We don't need to inhibit them anymore. So just going to pass this river, turn to base, and then on to finals for runway 31 at RAF Valley. Starting our turn and descending as well in the process, bringing our flaps to flaps 3. Once we turn finals, on to full flaps. And continuing our turn towards finals. Full flap coming in. We are a little bit high. We'll need another orbit round. We're just a little bit too fast. Don't want to cook everything as we go along. So one more quick orbit. We're going to land runway 31 at RAF Valley. As we turn final. So still very high over the threshold, that's okay, we've got plenty of runway.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
And that is full reverse. Brakes are on decel. And full reverse is coming in as well. Spoilers are up. As we can see. That was a bit of a hairy landing. Bit of a certain airline there. We won't name any names, but we all know who we're talking about. Take the second exit on our right this time, before taxiing into the ramp and shutting down. And our flaps coming in as well, as we turn in to the ramp here at RAF Valley. We're going to stop here, where they'll park up the Hawks. We'll stop, apply our parking brake, and shut our aircraft down. We'll then, in just a couple of minutes' time, set up from Munich to Dublin with live weather. I believe it's snowing over there at the moment. So, parking brake is coming on. We don't have APU, or APU wasn't switched on, so we're not going to worry about it. We're just going to shut everything down. Pitot heat off, landing lights, strobes. Lost everything there as well. Avionics, and as we end, that's perfect. and we will be back in just a couple of moments. as we just get loaded in for our new flight. We're going from Munich through to Dublin. So let's see how we get on with this one. This one's a little bit easier. We'll go with live weather for the entire route. That will give us some snow, I believe, at Munich. So we're starting from cold and dark on this one. So it will be a little bit more, kind of more of a setup as we go through. So once everything loads in, we are now going to go to some live weather. It's not showing the snow on the ground. I believe there is snow here in Munich tonight. So we're going to get our aircraft set up, and then we're going to load in our flight plan from SimBrief into our FMC, or MCDU, as it happens to be in the Airbus. Alright, so now that we've got all our fuel pumps on, we're also going to switch all of our ADIRs to nav. Turn all the lights up as we would do in a real aircraft. Even on the first officer's side, even though we're only in the sim. We're going to have to request our IF4 flight plan. That's not set up, so we are flying it a little bit differently than normal. Okay, now that we've got all the lights on, panel lights need to go on. We've just heard the 3 chirps, meaning all of the systems on board are okay. So we're arming our emergency signs and our no smoking signs, passenger signs. Gonna also put on some passenger heat. I know they're virtual passengers, but they will have to do. I'll show you in just a couple of minutes why we do that. So now I'm gonna come down to my MCDU while everything sets up. It takes 7 minutes to align our IRS, as you can see up on the panel. Also switch our standby instruments to bright. So MCDU, we're selecting FMGC. We now have the latest navigation points in the AIRAC cycle. So going to come first of all to ATC COM. Going to go to ATU's downlink AOC menu. In it and press, and advisory. So that's loading in our flight plan right now. We're going EDDM, or Echo Delta Delta Mike, as Echo India November 1, which is actually an Aer Lingus call sign, but we're still using our call sign of Irish 1. So it is loaded in, Echo Delta Delta Mike to Dublin. The fuel on board is approximately 20 tons. We'll go through that in just a moment. From that, we're going to go performance, weight and balance. We're going to change our fuel because the fuel on board at the moment is 20,000 pounds. That's probably going to change. So we refueled the aircraft, and yes, it's changed. So that's gone now to 19,840 pounds, which is for the flight. Coming back to our AOC menu, we can also take a look at the weather for our flight from the 2 airports. So the airports are Echo Delta Delta Mike, Munich, goes on the top, and then Echo India Delta Whiskey for Dublin, or EIDW. We'll send that request. As we do so, we're going to get a company message up beside parking brake and TCAS to standby. That's okay. And we'll get the rest of our flight set up. So going to come back to our AOC menu. We now have a company message popping up on the upper ECAM unit. And we're going to look at that message. So it's a METAR that we requested. So how is the weather looking? So at the moment, the weather here in Munich is the wind is coming from 180 degrees at 2 knots. That's perfect. So we're going to have runway 26 right in use, by the looks of it. Got clouds broken at 100, and the QNH, there's no major changes. We're looking at 1012 in the QNH. What have we got for Dublin? So at Dublin, we have the winds are 250 at 9, so that means we'll probably be going straight into runway 28. Okay, so we have few clouds at 3,000 and broken at 6,000. That is perfect as well. Our flight plan, we just need to take a look that it's in the system. It's not. That's fine. I'll put that in now, which is the one that we requested earlier. That'll probably pop in after we get our load time in 5 minutes time. So while we're waiting on that, we may as well load up our passengers. To do that, we've got to go to ground services. So we're going to request our jetway connection.
Ground Irish 1, could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
The all-important baggage will be requested next, and a ground power unit as well.
Ground Irish 1, could you please send a ground power unit?
Irish 1, a ground power unit is on the road.
And the last thing we're going to request, well, we all need it, is baggage.
Ground Irish 1, could you please send the baggage?
Irish 1 baggage is on the way.
So the last thing that we'll need is still a little bit far out from the door, but we're probably in the wrong position, but there you go. We'll also put catering. I don't know if this is working correctly. It was glitched for a while where it was connecting to the front doors, which could happen in real life, up beside the baggage, but instead it should be connecting at the back door. And it looks like it's going to the back door. Tasty beverage. So let's head back inside our aircraft, take a look and see what's going on inside as we finish our setup. So we have a couple of minutes left to wait, 3 minutes left to wait before I can take a look and make sure that our flight plan is actually in the aircraft, or in our MCDU. So 3 minutes to wait. That's no problem at all. We'll be able to program in everything that we need in just a couple of minutes. We have 19 tons of fuel on board. So they're finished with the bags. Still, the passengers are loading, so another couple of minutes and we will be set on our way to Dublin. While we're waiting, we may as well power up our APU. We're going to need our auxiliary power unit to start up our engines. We'll start our engines in position as well, and we'll turn on constraints. So to start our APU, well, it's quite easy. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we'll need our probe heat and our window heat on. APU generator is switched on at the moment, so we'll just power it up. You'll see down below here on the lower ECAM that our screen, or that our APU is about to start. There we go, there is the flap open. So our APU will start in just one moment as it powers up. While that's happening, we're also going to file for a flight plan. What's the current weather here at Munich?
Munich Airport information Echo 0900 Zulu. Wind 138 Visibility half a mile.
Oof.
Sky condition few clouds at 600
Half a mile.
feet, few clouds
Does it
at
look that way?
4,000 feet, a few clouds at 11,500
Can't
feet.
really see just yet.
Temperature minus 10. Dew point 10. Altimeter 30.15. ILS runway 26 right and ILS runway 26 left in use. Landing at departing runway 26 right and runway 26 left. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have Echo. Munich Airport information Echo 0900.
Still no flight plan loaded in. Okay, so what's going on here? We'll take a look. AOC menu. Performance, weight and balance. Okay. Load AOC menu and come back to... So it is in our init review. Why is it not in our flight plan? Because we now have everything that we should have for the flight. To put it in manually will take a while. We don't want to do that, so why have we not got anything? We have got our data link available, so it should be coming down through our data link. I'm going to go back to our AOC. Go back. Let me take a look and see why that's not working. May need to go back and get AOC, sim brief, and for this flight is 424. It's correct. Put it in as my username instead. Try it that way. Okay, so that seems to be correct. Everything seems correct right there. And let's go back. Okay, so it's still not there. Why is our flight plan not there? Huh. Still no flight plan. That should have come down through the company as well. So everything is correct. Turn. Try it one last time. Still not there, right. Let's try one more thing. Ah, that's why. Yes, init request. I'm having a brain fart today. So, now our flight plan should be in. It is indeed. That was my mistake. So if we go back to my init page, we can see that it's Munich to Dublin with Echo Golf Charlie Charlie, which is Manchester, as our diversion should we need to divert from Dublin. Cost index is 20, so it's relatively cheap today. That's perfect. And we'll fill in our wind requests later on. Go to our init B page and fill in our weights. So at the moment we are 130.5 and 25 according to our load sheet, 25.2. Now, so that's our zero fuel weight and our weight and balance in place. We're going to go to fuel planning and confirm our fuel planning. There we go. So everything has dropped into place as it should. So we have our 5% contingency fuel and our alternate time, or alternate fuel, which would be 2.5 tons, or a flight time of 35 minutes. Our final fuel, should we get down that low, will be 30 minutes, or 1.9 tons, and our minimum destination fuel when we reach Dublin, the very least we should have on board, is 4.4 tons. Our takeoff weight today is going to be, or maximum takeoff weight at MTO, is going to be 130 tons. But we're well below that. 120 tons for landing, we're fine. We got loads of space there. Our performance page, we're going to go, well, flex temperature will never be that low at 50 or 20, so we're going to go with a flex temperature of 20. We're going to also go flaps 1 for departure out of Munich, and now we'll be able to estimate or run our numbers. So we're going to V1, we're committed for takeoff at 126 knots. Our VR speed, or rotation speed, is at 127, and we're then climbing at 131. The transition altitude here at Munich, I just need to look that up on the charts. Once I have that, then we'll be able to see what our transition altitude are. In the sim though, it is set up at 18,000 feet, which is the standard in America. However, Europe, each of the countries have their own transition points on the departures. So let's see. Go into my EFB, my work EFB, which I shouldn't be using, but will use for the duration of the flight. Okay. So we're going Echo Delta Delta Mike. So we're going off 8 right. Let's just take a look at our flight plan. Going 8 right to input, then to Yala to 10 low. That's fine as we look. Going for our plates, our SIDs. And a SID is a standard instrument departure. And we are going off of 8 right is planned in the flight plan, so 8 right. So looking for our SID for 8 right. And the transition altitude is 6,000 feet here at Munich. Perfect, so we look like we are good to go, so let's do a quick look back on that. So our takeoff weights are 126, 127 and 131, so at 126 knots we can no longer stop on the runway if we have any problems or any emergencies. 127 we're rotating, and 131 knots we are climbing off the runway. Okay, in the climb we're 181 knots, that's subject to change though as we climb away. 250 for the cruise, I'm actually going to plan for 280, that will change though as we cruise along as well, depending on what altitude we're given. 250 for the descent, that's okay up until 10,000 feet, at which point we'll start to change back to about 240 knots. Gonna come to program, so our cruise is at flight level 300, and that will be 30,000 feet for flight. So we're gonna get our clearance. Gonna taxi for a straight out departure.
Ground Irish Echo India November 1 request taxi for departing straight out with Echo.
Irish Echo India, November 1 ground airport is currently IFR. Request denied.
Okay, let's see if there's any way that I can request an IFR flight plan out of here. So we'll disable that is just in a moment. Hopefully that will change.
Irish Echo India November 1 request taxi for straight out departure.
If not,
with
we'll
Echo.
clear up our weather briefly, get our flight plan out, and then we
Irish
will.
Echo India,
There we go.
November 1 taxi to end hold short of runway 26 right.
So
using
we're going to
taxi
turn off our
Charlie
packs for the engine start.
Contact tower on
Switch
11
on our bleed air
decimal
from our
405
APU.
when ready.
And we're going to start our right-hand engine first.
Taxiing hold short runway 26 right via taxiway Charlie Delta Irish Echo India November.
And we planned for 8 right. We're going to have to change that for departure of 26 right. We are planning to depart toward the north. So the waypoint that we're going to look for, let's see if it's here. Yep. We're taking a give me departure. I will insert that. The SID that we're going to is give me 1 and insert. So let's take a look at how that looks on our MC or on our plan. So I'm going to go to plan, and as we go through our flight plan, let's see if I can delete the user waypoint. It's not going to let me, that's fine. So as we go out, it's going to look a little garbled. Hopefully the aircraft will ignore some of this as well. So as we go out, off. Okay, the user waypoint 1900 feet, and very sharp turn to input. That's not a problem at all. 10 low. Everything looks correct so far on our flight plan towards Dublin. It's bringing us up out of northern Germany before we start our descent then into Dublin. Excellent. So we've got one engine started. Let's start our second engine, engine number 1. Going to turn on our TCAS as we do so as well, and we'll get set up. I must have to wait until we're airborne. So we're going to climb initially out to 5,000 feet, and we'll request our IFR flight plan from there. Coming back to the arc, while I'm monitoring our engines starting up, going to also tune to the ground again, and get the air or the jetway to be disconnected.
Ground Irish Echo India November 1, could you please disconnect the jetway from the aircraft?
And that's the air bridge disconnecting. So we'll get some weather radar and predictive wind shear set up as well. We're going to then get our clear or push back.
Ground Irish Echo India November 1 requesting pushback.
And we're going to lock the flight deck door, which I thought I'd just done. Flight deck door is now locked. The engines are started, so we can now disconnect our APU bleed, turning pack 1 and pack 2 back on, while switching off our APU. So, parking brake come off. And we don't have a pushback tug. Oh, we have something going in under the nose. I'm not sure what that is. That's a proper pushback tug this time. Perfect. As we taxi into him, even though the engines are on idle. It's going to taxi back straight. Unfortunately, we wouldn't do that in real life. He'll then disconnect, and then we will taxi out to runway 25 right. 26 right, my correction. We'll get him to push us out to the right. That way we're turned and there's a straight taxi out.
November 1 requesting pushback HUD to steer the aircraft to the right.
Irish Echo Indian November 1, your request has been transmitted to the operator.
After we're finished pushing back, we're then going to get set up for departure. So for that, we're going to go flaps 1, and then we're also going to complete our checklist, which is now up on our ECAM. So we'll get them to stop the pushback.
Ground Irish Echo India November 1 requesting the end of pushback.
We'll put our parking brake back on. We're now going to arm our spoilers for departure. We're going to also switch to flaps 1. And also up on our braking panel, set our brakes to max in case we need to reject on our way out. We'll then hit our takeoff configuration, which has gone to normal, and we know everything's okay. We'll check the cabin as we get out a little bit further. Come back onto our performance page here on the MCDU, and we'll be ready for departure in just a moment. Taxi lights can come to on. Parking brake is now off. And we're going to taxi forward and out for our runway. Runway 26 right. So as I said, if you are tuning in on Facebook, you're watching Hobbit Gaming. If you're tuning in on YouTube, you're going to be watching Andy G. But if you are tuning in on Twitch, which is my main source for streaming, you're going to be tuning in to Irish Skies Gaming. And we'll pick up the taxi line as we go out. As you can see with the Airbus, we're taxiing on idle power, and the aircraft is doing 27 knots, which is correct for the real aircraft. So we're just going to slow back, check that everything, put our starter back to normal, select our ignition switch. That will change now in a moment back to what we need. So we're going to taxi out left here, and then onto the main taxiway up to runway 26. So we now can check our controls, that they're full, free and correct, which they are. That will switch in a moment automatically to our wheels, or wheel menu on the MCDU. And the reason behind that is that the Airbus A320neos can sometimes get hot brakes while they're taxiing, which means don't ride the brakes, which does happen on the real aircraft. So takeoff flex of this, what I meant by the flex temperature earlier is, unlike Boeing, because of the way Airbus uses a ballast tank for its fuel tank in the tip of the wings, it does have to flex. So basically you'll see that they flex higher or faster than the actual, or the remainder of the wing. Turning right here, taxiing down to 26 right. Get our clearance to go, and then when we get in the air we'll listen to how the weather is, and we'll get our flight plan hopefully in the air. If not, we'll continue without ATC, but we will talk to the various centres on the way in. If you are though interested in other channels on the YouTube as well, I would highly recommend Two Tone Murphy. Two Tone Murphy is a fantastic YouTuber, also creating flights, normally general aviation, which we plan to do some of that also here in the stream or on the channel, but also the fact that he's a very down-to-earth guy, absolutely flawless in what he does. You name it, he will do it. I might one of these days try and get him to collaborate with me and work, maybe try an Airbus or something bigger through the Mach Loop, just for a bit of fun. So once again, we're getting a little fast on our taxi speeds. We're at 30 knots. We want to start braking once again, down to about 10 and letting it go. Also, when we get airborne, I will have an estimate of the time to Dublin. Approximately just over 1 hour. While we're at this far, we need to check our cabin. And also turn on our dome light. Make sure that everything is switched off up above. Our APU is not running. We do not need it at this point in time for the flight. Where are we on the airport? I think no, I haven't taxied down too far. I thought I had, but I haven't. That's okay. Taxiing right to the end. We're not going to need that much space. We will taxi right to the end and depart for Dublin. So as I said, that our wheel display will come up on our lower ECAM. Our wheel brakes are only 5 degrees. That is completely fine. It's minus 10 degrees outside, so we will switch and test our anti-ice system, which we can now see is working on our ECAM as well. We'll use that when we get airborne. Slowing down once again. Once we get airborne, we can remove the disable, ignoring the weather at this airport. That was only so we could get out of here and then request our flight plan in the air. And this is the line we need to be following. We're now going to stop in a moment up at the hold short point. We're going to hold short and request our clearance for departure. So we're holding short at runway 26. Gonna get our clearance out of here before we go to Dublin.
Tower Irish Echo India November 1 at runway 26 right, ready for takeoff, straight out departure. Irish Echo India November 1 cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, straight out departure approved.
And we're clear for our departure. We're going to acknowledge that, and we're going to get ourselves
Cleared
out of
for
here
takeoff,
towards
runway
Dublin.
26 right, Irish Echo India November 1.
And thank you to Connor for recently giving the follow. Much appreciated. Really do appreciate the follow there, Connor. So as we depart now out of Munich, heading for Dublin. We'll have to request our flight plan when we get airborne, just because the airport here is in IF or IMC conditions, meaning instrument flight rules only. Taxiing onto 26 right here at Munich. We're now going to set our engines to 40% stabilize. Once we see that they're stabilized, which they are now, we're now going to go to MCT Flex. So we are accelerating beyond 100 knots just now. 121 was our rotation speed, and climbing out of here as we rotate off the runway. So that is our landing gear coming up. We have got a positive rate of climb. Autopilot will come on, and hopefully it will also manage our speed. So turning out for our first waypoint. Once we reach 1500 feet, we're going to reduce our power for climb. And we're already going into those conditions of low visibility. So that's our frequency change approved. That's okay. We'll acknowledge that.
Tower Irish Echo India November 1 frequency change.
Tune to approach. I'll start and then request our flight plan.
Approach Irish Echo India November 1 miles west of Munich. Request IFR to Dublin. Ready to copy.
Landing light can now be switched off.
Irish Echo India November 1 is cleared to Dublin Airport as filed. Squawk 7512.
We'll acknowledge our squawk code and that they've received our flight plan.
Irish Echo India November 1 cleared to Dublin Airport as filed.
We are overspeeding. Get our flaps in. That was the problem.
Irish Echo India November 1, read that correct.
Got our squawk code in. Should have put that in myself, but that's okay.
Altimeter 30 decimal 1.
And we're now climbing to 14,000 feet.
And following heading 270, resume on navigation climb and maintain 14,000 feet.
So we'll acknowledge that instruction. Now climbing to 1400 feet.
060 turning and following heading 270, resume on navigation climb and maintain 14,000 feet. Irish Echo India November 1.
And the speed is now at 240 knots.
Irish Echo India November 1 contact Munich Center on 120.65.
We're on to 120.65 to Munich Center, and they'll probably increase our speed.
Irish Echo India November 1.
20.650. So if you are tuning in for the first time, welcome to the stream. You're very, very welcome. If you're enjoying the stream and you've been following me for a while now, hello as well. Contacting the center.
Munich Center, Irish Echo India November 1 is at 7,400 feet, climbing 14,000 feet. Irish Echo India November 1 Munich Center, continue to DM 063 as planned.
So 3017 for the altimeter. I'm going to switch on, since we're above it now though, we're going to switch on our weather radar. I'm going to tone it down. It just looks a little bit too bright for my liking. Makes it look like the aircraft is on LSD. But we don't encourage that here on the stream. So what we're seeing out in front of us is quite a lot of cloud right now. That's to be expected. And also quite a bit of turbulence. That red that we're going to hit, actually it's just cleared. That red before we hit our next waypoint, which is DM063, which is 5 miles ahead of us, we would have hit some nasty turbulence, but we'll look at that in just a couple of moments. As the aircraft climbs, let's take a look at this beautiful aircraft, which we have quite a bit of ice on board just from when we climbed through that cloud. That will slowly dissipate as we climb through. The anti-ice systems of the aircraft are switched on. So as I mentioned earlier, if you are tuned in on Facebook, welcome to Hobbit Gaming. If you're tuned in through YouTube, it's Andy G. And if you're tuning in on Twitch, you're getting us on Irish Skies Gaming. You're very welcome to the channel. But doesn't the scenery and the aircraft look absolutely beautiful? Looks like there's more ice on the left or the right hand side of the aircraft than there actually does on the left. Strange that. We'll lose some of that ice as we start to climb and as the de-icing systems take hold. Back into the cockpit, monitor what's going on. So we're climbing up through 14,000 now, or about to cross through 14,000. We're going to have to request it a little bit higher, because otherwise we're going to burn through all of our fuel. So go to 24,000 feet for the next one, and then up to 30,000 feet, or flight level 300. So we're now climbing to 240.
Climb and maintain flight level 240, Irish Echo India, November 1.
Didn't mean to hit that one, so 240 for the altitude. Now in the climb. So let's see what's going on here. So at our next waypoint, after our standard departure, we're going to make a right-hand turn, head to input. And turn up the brightness. Is that Upla? Let's take a look at our flight plan. Which one is it actually following? So we're actually en route now to Upla. It's actually decided to skip Gimme. That's completely fine. So Upla is our next waypoint, approximately 33 miles ahead. As I said, when we got airborne, I would give you an ETA to Dublin. Well, we're going to do that now. So we are in sim time, and the current time in the sim is 10:04. We'll be landing in just under 2 hours on the sim. Well, that's at the current altitude. By the time we go a little bit higher, well, that will change. That's going to come down. What I'd recommend is, if you're still with me, grab yourself a tasty beverage. The cabin crew are going to be coming through in just a couple of minutes. So start to lose some of that ice that we mentioned on the aircraft earlier. as I forget to copy what the controllers are saying. Oh my god.
Climb and maintain flight level 240 Irish Echo India November 1.
So as we're a little bit below, we're actually going to request a little bit higher as well. Do that now when we clear up our screen just a little bit. And we want to go another 6,000 feet.
Munich Center Irish Echo India November 1. Request flight level 300. Irish Echo India November 1 climb and maintain flight level 300.
And we're now climbing flight level 300,
Climb and maintain
30,000
flight level
feet.
300 Irish Echo India November 1.
As it's getting a little bit too dark for our controls. Oop. We're going to switch our main PFDs a little bit brighter, just so we can see them.
Irish Echo India November 1 contact center on 127.6.
Going over to the new center, 126 or 127.6.
Going to 127.6 Irish Echo India November 1.
Decimal 6. But there we go. Contact them.
Center Irish Echo India November 1 is climbing through flight level 275 for flight level 300. Irish Echo India November 1 center, continue to 10 low as planned.
Get rid of the ATC. We don't require it at this time. So let's take a look at where we are. We're coming up on 10 low, which is our next waypoint in 4 miles. We're climbing to flight level 300, which is 30,000 feet as well. And if we look at the way the weather is currently, well, the wind's coming out at 278 degrees, so out of the northwest, at 53 knots. So it's fairly blowing. As we level off at 30,000 feet. coming back to managed speed, which is the optimum speed that the Airbus has selected for itself. Just under 300 knots. But when we look at our true airspeed, it's a lot higher. So our ground speed currently is 405 knots over the ground, 441 knots over, or sorry, as true airspeed. Now heading to Borap, 16 miles away. So as we head back inside the aircraft, let's see what's going on. So coming up tomorrow night on the stream, we may even do a little bit of Among Us. So if you do have a Among Us Discord group, let me know. I'd love to join in with you. Be a bit of fun and see who we can trust and who we can't. So let's take a look at what's going on. So if we come to our cruise page on the lower ECAM, you can see our cabin is pressurised to 8,132 feet. Perfect, and within tolerances of what we require. Fuel used so far is 1,550 pounds. Ooh, okay, so we've still got plenty of fuel on board. We've got 18 tons, should we need it. As we go up to the upper ECAM, everything is looking normal, but let's take a look at our bleed. So all of our bleeds are looking good. Our high pressure bleeds are closed, which they should be, and the pressure is entering 33 psi through the cabin. Pressure, it's not simulated just yet by fly-by-wire or by the mod for fly-by-wire, but everything else looks to be correct in it. The electrics still need to be fixed, still a little bit off. Hydraulics aren't simulated just yet, but fuel is simulated pretty well. So again, it gives us a rundown of what we got in all of our tanks. Our APU is shut down and secure, as it should be at this time. Conditioning is 23 degrees in the cockpit, 24 in the cabin on both sides. Let's fix that and balance it all out. Then, what else we got? Our doors should be armed. They all are. Our wheels should be cold. They are. And our flight controls, well, we've tested them prior to leaving. So the status of the aircraft is all normal, as we can see. So as you can see, lots of players flying out just to the east of us. Sorry, the west of us, sorry. So just making our turn now for Big Bag, our next waypoint. We're turning north, or just past north. So we're turning to the northwest. The wind's died down a bit, but it's still on the nose, unfortunately, at 40 knots at least. So current speed that we're cruising at is 0.75 Mach, which looks to be our economy speed, or our optimal speeds at this altitude. So the wind is 294 at 40. As we can see, let's just take a look at some stuff here. Said I'd come back to it. Don't want to be into where we're going there, so we're going to need to change this a little bit. We're looking at our AOC menu. Going to get a weather request while we're at it. So we've sent our request. We're now waiting on the response from the company, and then we'll have our weather request en route for Dublin. Thank you very much for the recent follow. Very much appreciated. Do a loop-de-loop. Well, Connor, I wish I could. It's currently, if I was to do a loop in this aircraft at the current weight that we are, I would snap the wings. However, instead, can't do a barrel roll. Again, city Airbus limits where you can go with it, but we will take a look at the aircraft on the outside view. Absolutely stunning, as you can see. Beautiful day over Germany. If there's anyone that speaks German in the group, please also feel free to say what you wish. Keep it clean though. The cabin crew are also on the way through the cabin, so if you do want to order any drinks, let me know what you're having. We'll organise to get them down to you straight away. Still a little bit of ice on the airframe. We're going to lose that shortly as well. The anti-ice systems are still taking care of it. They should be switched off at this altitude, as we still have ice build-up on the airframe will get rid of them that way. Absolutely stunning job. So, my German's not very good, but I'll give it a go. Du a Lob der Lob. Guten Tag. Scheitzi? What? I have no idea what that is. But I will take 2, please. 2 of what he is having, please. Also hope to have a camera during the week, so we'll be adding to that soon. You'll be able to see what my ugly mush looks like, unfortunately. Couple of players, as you can see off in the distance. If you do wish to join me on this flight, or you can come up and buzz me in one of the 339s or any of the add-ons that you do have, you can get me under the gamer tag of No1Minime, all one word. Connor on Facebook also saying, Du hast me. You got me headbanging here in the corner. Coming up on our next waypoint is Maphooks, 8 miles ahead. The wind's kind of settled down a little bit more now, so it's still out at 321 degrees or 321 degrees at 36 knots. That's not too bad for this altitude. Back and get our METAR for Dublin, which we would have received. So the newest one. Okay, let's see what we're looking at. So we don't need to worry about Munich as much. Our wind is still 250 degrees at 8 knots. Now we got a few clouds, 6,000 or 3,000 feet, broken at 6. And the altimeter setting that we're going to have is 1025 or 26. Estimating Dublin now, it's come back. So it's saying 11:59, so it's come back a little bit. We're heading to Spy, which is our next waypoint. It's 170 nautical miles from our current position. And we're estimating Spy at 10:58, which is about 20 minutes from now.
Irish Echo India November 1 contact Langen Center on 118.75.
Alright, so we're going to go to Langen Center now on 118.75.
118.755 Irish Echo India November 1. Langen Center Irish Echo India November 1 flight level 300.
Irish Echo India November 1 Langen Center. Continue to Sierra Papa Yankee as planned.
So if you're just joining the stream, you are very welcome back to the stream. We're on our way to Dublin from Munich. So currently sitting at 30,000 feet, flight level 300. Our next waypoint at Spy, or Sierra Papa Yankee, is 131 miles to run. And we'll be arriving in Dublin. If we take a look at our MCDU, we're going to be arriving in Dublin at about 11:57, but that's going to start coming back as we get a little bit closer. So 11:57, about an hour and 20 minutes from now. If you are just joining the stream though, you are very welcome. Please let me know where you're from, it'd be great to know. And also, if you do like this content, don't forget to give it a big thumbs up, like, or subscribe as well. It is very much appreciated. You missed it earlier, we were doing something crazy. We decided to take a run through the Mock Loop in Wales using the Airbus A320neo, or the fly-by-wire A320neo here in the sim. So just below 30,000 feet, we're on standard pressures, so as we should be. So we're expecting at Dublin, by the way the winds were looking earlier, we're expecting to land on runway 28 left, since they're building our new runway. So where are we currently? Well, we're still over Germany, we're in northern Germany. And we're just about to pass by Dortmund, or Dortmund Wickade, which is, I know we can't see it, but it is just below us underneath the aircraft. Currently passing by Bonnen. So we're going to tune into the VOR at Vulcan and see how far we are from there. The code for that is Victor Kilo Lima. And it's 59 nautical miles from where we are currently. As we head towards Vulcan, we will be then starting soon to turn to the northwest. The next one we're going to tune into also is Delta Lima or November at Dublin. May be pronouncing that wrong, so if I am, please let me know. So Delta Lima November. These will change along the way. It's 51 nautical miles to us. But also, so we know and centralise where we are. So yeah, as I said, Dublin will be getting a little bit earlier. It is slowly moving its way back. As I said, we'll be expecting the ILS runway 28. That's what I'm hoping for, but you never know with live weather. That could be subject to change. And now we're going over to Amsterdam Centre. So we go over the Netherlands.
Going to 119.175 Irish Echo India November 1.
119.175. And your finger will get sore even on the real aircraft tuning this in. 175, so I passed it.
Amsterdam Centre Irish Echo India November 1 flight level 300. Irish Echo India November 1 Amsterdam Centre, continue to Sierra Papa Yankee as planned.
$73 miles to run to Sierra Papa Yankee and then on to Ravlo being our next waypoint. At least as we look ahead, the weather is clearing up ever so slightly, which is always good to see. If you're enjoying the stream tonight, please don't forget to comment below. Be great to hear from you. So we're approximately 60 miles from Amsterdam, or overhead Amsterdam. We'll then be crossing the channel over the UK, and then entering over the Irish Sea into Dublin to runway 28 is the plan. Still got about 16 tons of fuel on board. It's not too many players off of our left wing, more straight ahead, most likely toward the UK, and none off of our right wing, strange enough. If you do want to join us on the flight though, no one mini-me, all one word, you can come up and join me. More than welcome to join me. As you can see, the weather clearing out to our west. As you can see, another A320 off of our nose, looking to probably depart. I wonder where he's off to. May Neo, if you're following the stream, very welcome indeed. So, it's 24 miles to Sierra Papa Yankee, and then the wind has increased now at 016, so it's out of the north at 66 knots, so still coming across the nose. Unfortunately, not the tailwind that we wanted. Not what I'm looking for. Hopefully I'll find it now in a moment. So we're now looking to get our weather. It's just been sent to get the remainder of our en route weather. And we'll see it coming up on the eCam in just a moment. We'll get rid of the seatbelts, let our passengers finally decide to walk around. And we'll also let the cabin crew the seats are off, even though they probably have heard the call as well. And we have a company message. Perfect timing. So let's see what our weather is. New ATIS en route. And it's not available. Lovely. That means then we'll just get the METARs for Dublin. Waiting on our company message, see if we just received it, just waiting to see what our weather en route is, if we can get our weather on the route. So received, and let's see, it's new for ATIS, and it's not available. Okay, that's no problem. Take a look at the weather for Dublin. Weather request, Dublin, and send. We'll also pick up for EGCC, so Manchester, which is our alternate. We'll put that in there and send. So the first one will be out of date for us, the second one is the one we want to use. It's probably just arrived. Yep, perfect. So still at 8, broken at 3.5, that's fine. And do we have... oh, we got Manchester as well, perfect. 1904. Visibility is over 10 miles, broken at 1600, overcast 2200, minus 1, QNH 1025. That is completely fine for us, should we need to divert. I believe that Madrid airport is also covered in snow at the moment. Oh lovely. As we get ready ourselves to cross the English Channel. Let's see what we're estimating Dublin at. So it's come back quite a bit. We've come back 30 minutes at least on our flight plan. Our estimated fuel on board will be 7 tons as well, so that's come up a little bit since we left Munich. So as we leave Amsterdam behind us, now still heading towards Norwich in the UK. Then onwards to Dublin. Currently looking at 51 miles to Ravlo, our next waypoint. As we cross Ravlo, I'm hoping that wind will turn from being completely off the side of the aircraft, off the right hand side, coming from the north, to a tailwind. That's my hopes. The weather looking fairly good as we cross the channel, just leaving Netherlands airspace in a couple of miles, and then we're going to be contacting most likely London Centre. So just approaching Ravlo, 15 miles to go. Then we're going to turn back to the northwest. Heading over the UK, we'll probably pass by Norwich and Lincoln, over to Hull, though there is weather ahead, so hopefully we can kind of avoid that. Over by Manchester. Once we get over by Manchester, we will then head straight in for Dublin. Yep, so we're going to go straight overhead Manchester, which is also our alternate. And we're going to take a Bagso 1 Lima arrival to runway 28. So runway 28 will be the runway I hope to use at Dublin. Subject to change, could be 10 as well, depending on the wind. We'll take a look at that as we get a little bit closer. And as I had a funny feeling, we're going over to the London Centre on 118.475.
Going to 118.475 Irish Echo India November 1.
And 475, contact in London as we cross the English Channel.
London Centre, Irish Echo India November 1, flight level 300. Irish Echo India November 1, London Centre, continue to Butso as planned.
Arrival Dublin, we're going to plan initially for runway 28 via where was it? We are coming in on a Bags 1 Lima arrival as far as I'm aware. Bags 2. So now looking at the plan up on our PFD, go to the planning page, go to our flight plan, okay, that's not too bad. So we're going to come in via Kerev. Back up to our arc for navigation at 20 miles. So 22 miles to go to Bodso. After Bodso, it will be... Let's see, I forgot to look at that. Whoops. Bodso to Supel to Aptos. Alright, everything looks as it should. Let's continue to Dublin as we cross just to the north of Norwich, which is currently northwest of them. So our estimate now to Dublin, let's take a look at where we're going to be standing. So still looking at 11:54 UTC, it's currently in the sim, gone past, or just 10 past 11 in the sim, so that's okay. That means then that we're going to be landing in about 40 minutes. Not so bad. That will still probably come back a little bit quicker, especially if we got a direct routing, which I don't think we'll get a direct routing over Manchester direct to runway 28, but we'll wait and see. Okay, so our ice system can now come off. Ice is not detected, but we do have a company message. So let's go and take a look at our message. It's probably just a weather report which we requested earlier, but we'll take a look at that as well. So no messages in record. It's going to be in our AOC messages. And we missed one. That's all that happened. It's out of date anyway, because we missed the one for Manchester. So some of the menus on the fly-by-wire mod that I was talking about earlier are just not implemented just yet. Hopefully soon that they will be. And then we'll be arriving in Dublin in just under 40 minutes. And as you can see, more players arriving on the stream far side of me, about 15 miles give or take. Not too bad to see them. So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be passing by Norwich, which is just off of our left wing down to the south. We're then coming up on Lincoln, going to be crossing over Sheffield, Manchester, and then onwards into Dublin. So if you are just tuning into the stream, you're very welcome to the stream. If you've been with me for a while, you're still very welcome to the stream. That wind is still coming out of the north at 51 knots, so it's still fairly consistent. Our ground speed has been consistent at 437 knots, but our true airspeed at 442. En route now, supple 16 nautical miles ahead, and then we'll continue en route to Dublin. Also, the new scenery coming up for Microsoft Flight Simulator on the 26th of January will be the new launch from Asobo and the Microsoft team, or the update to the scenery for the UK and hopefully Ireland. So that will be an update to the elevation scenery like we had seen in Japan and in the US. So we're still estimating Dublin at 11:54 UTC. So now 30 minutes time before landing. A couple of quick checks on the remainder of the aircraft. So as we look, our cabin pressure is still good, temperature in the aircraft is still good. It's minus 54 degrees out at this temperature. Pressure, again, our Pack 2 is mainly doing the work, although this is not fully implemented just yet. Our engines are looking good. We've used total of 5,220 pounds of fuel, so about 5 tons, and each engine is about the same. APU shut down, still secure as it should be. Conditioning 24 degrees throughout the cabin, no door leaks. Our wheels are still, and brakes are still at 0 degrees as they all should be. Electrics not modelled 100% correctly just yet, but it gives you an idea that it is in the works. Just passing our next waypoint at Optibed, or en route to Optibed. Passing over Abtos right now. 50 degrees coming in from the north is the wind coming across our aircraft, so that's why we're kind of side slipping on our course. Just looking a little bit cloudy as we start to approach Lincoln. Lincoln a couple of miles ahead. We're then going to cross over Sheffield, Manchester, en route into Dublin. As I said, we're still looking to set up for runway 28 at Dublin, although that is subject to change as we get a little bit closer. Lots of people out flying at the moment. As you can see ahead, a couple of 208s, A320s, and earlier on even some 339s.
Irish Echo India November, 1 contact Manchester Center on 118.
And now we're going over to Manchester. 118775 for Manchester. And I wonder will they give us direct routing into Dublin. Okay, 118775. As we zoom by the channel once again.
London Center, Lufthansa 40.
Now we're contacting Manchester.
Center, Irish Echo India November 1, flight level 300. Irish Echo India November 1, Manchester Center, continued in SV as planned.
And then shortly we shall be receiving descent, I would say, towards Dublin. Still a beautiful day. Getting a bit cloudy as we get over towards Sheffield. And then Manchester as well. So currently just tuning in some VORs as we go in, the Manchester VOR 113.55, and we're also going to tune in for when we start crossing the IRC Dublin VOR as well, so DUB. That should be on I think it's 118.2, but we'll find out now in one moment. We're definite. 114.9, okay, I was way off for that one, but we won't receive that one from this far out just yet. We're 50 miles from Manchester. Once overhead Manchester, then it will be pretty much direct to Dublin. So that wind is still coming in from the north, nearly 50 knots coming across the nose. That's completely normal at this altitude, although I was hoping that we'd have a tailwind a little bit sooner, but we've had decent winds all the way across. So we're expecting a DELU in 9 miles, or 11:30 in the UTC and sim time, which we're currently crossing in 2 minutes. 1 minute, 5 seconds actually. So from Manchester, 35 miles now. And hopefully we should start to get a descent at Manchester in towards Dublin. So our estimated fuel on board when we reach Dublin will be 5.6 tons. We've still got 13 tons on board. We have still got plenty of fuel on board. That also includes our alternate fuel. Because we're good to see that the live traffic is in the sim as well.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 27 approach by a World Cup transition clear to World Cup World Express 971.
So let's start taking a look at our weather at Dublin. We'll call up a METAR for Dublin, and then we'll start to fill in our details for landing. So go to our ATC.com menu, AOC menu, weather request once again. We've been using these a few times today, and it's just popped up, enter destination data. That's what we're planning on doing right now. So we're sending our request. That is in the queue, it is being sent. And as soon as we get company message, which we've just received up on the upper ECAM, we can now receive that and view it. So we're looking for Dublin, down here at the bottom. Zero degrees at the moment. Okay, so visibility, yeah, we're still good. So the wind's 240 at 9. Which we need to come back to our performance page, fill in the details. Actually, okay. 210 at 9 at 9 knots. Transition altitude at Dublin, 5,000 feet, according to our charts. temperature I need to look at once again, which I've got them up here on the apps that I use for flying. Even in real life, the perks of using your EFB is sometimes greater than you'd think. So, let's find Dublin. EIDW for Dublin Airport. So, yeah, it's pretty close. The maximum gust is 17, so we'll actually put that in. So 255 at 5.5 in real world at 12 knots, gusting 17. So we'll put in 17. This way it gives us a more accurate landing, is in when we come around to it. So our approach speeds will change slightly. So it's only come up by 1 knot. So it was 126, now coming up onto 127 for our approach speed, with our landing speed approximately 121 knots with full flaps. So the altimeter is going to be 1026, which matches our METAR as well. The temperature currently in Dublin is 2 degrees. I think it's a little bit colder, but hey, however. If we're coming in runway 28 at Dublin, which I hope it will be 28 left at Dublin, our transition 5,000 feet, yep. And then for coming in on the ILS, it's going to be 369 feet is our decision altitude at Dublin. Perfect, so that is our approach phase set up. And if we come, our thrust reduction will be 1,270 feet is normal if in the case of go round. Our engine out though will be 1,200 feet. And that is everything set up. So in case we go around at Dublin, our flap retraction can start at 139 knots. Our slat reduction or retraction will be at 180 knots, and our minimum clean speed will be 198 knots, although that will also match up. It's changed slightly. Flap retraction on approach will be 140, slat retraction 181, and still the same minimum clean speed, 198 knots as we descend. So our decel will be coming up in a few miles' time. Just leaving Manchester behind. As you can see, now heading for Liverpool. From Liverpool, it will hopefully be direct into Dublin as we see the weather changing ahead. Couple of miles time, start our descent over the Irish Sea. We're on a Bagso 1 arrival into Dublin, well, Bagso 2 Lima arrival. Should line us up with the runway 28 at Dublin, which we're set up for. So as we set up for runway 28, we'll be on the instrument landings, somewhere the ILS, I hope. That is subject to change though. A friend of mine has just mentioned to me that COVID times here in Ireland has brought back the shebeen, the illegal pubs. Well, yes, it has, definitely, and hopefully its code will not be around for much longer. It's estimating Dublin 11:55 in the game. That's only another 15 minutes from now, approximately. We'll be landing in Dublin. So Manchester's now behind us at 36 miles, hopefully soon on VOR 2, or our receiver 2. We'll then be picking up the Dublin VOR, and then on course to the ILS to Dublin. In case we go round though, we're going to climb straight ahead to 5,000 feet at Dublin, straight ahead to Gannett, before making a right turn at 6 miles to the Dublin VOR, and then back to Lapmo, where we're going to intercept the localizer to begin with. Once we intercept the localizer at Lapmo, we should be fully established on the glide slope into Dublin and fully established on the ILS by the time we reach Maxev at 2,500 feet, subject to ATC restrictions. So at Panel, we're going to make a right-hand turn to 290 approximately, and then that's going to bring us up the airways straight to Dublin. It'll be also where the Manchester Centre will send, or where Manchester Centre will hand us off to Dublin, or even Shannon. And we're on our descent now to 180, 18,000 feet, and then we're going to probably be handed off to Shannon shortly, or hopefully Dublin.
Descend and maintain flight level 180, Irish Echo India, November 1.
Okay, so we're throttling back. The aircraft will start to descend. It has just done so. As we start our descent towards Dublin. So as we start our descent, to help out a little bit, we can also bring our speed brake to flight detent. It's 50%, and that will increase our rate of descent Still keeping the aircraft within its tolerances as well as we go. So our descent rate currently descending to flight level 180 is about 4,100 feet per minute. Believe it or not, most airlines actually do this coming into Dublin. Going to pick up some turbulence, I think, along the way, but as we get lower, we will switch back on the seatbelt signs, get the cabin ready as we descend, and then onward into Dublin. So a couple of things to look out for as we descend towards Dublin when we actually intercept onto the localizer. We have, in case of our missed approach, we're going to climb straight ahead towards Gannett, not above 3,000 feet until we pass Gannett. 220 knots we're restricted to. Then we turn on a radial of 278 to intercept the Dublin VOR, climbing to 5,000 feet, and then we will do as instructed by ATC to bring us back to the final approach or final fix for runway 28 at Lapmo. Also, it's reminding us that we have a motorway running nearly parallel to runway 10 right, 28 left, which is the runway that we'll be coming in on this evening or this morning. Alright, continuing our descent now, coming through 21,000 feet, flight level 210, levelling off 18, and then hopefully get a further descent as we go along. Currently sitting at about 230 knots, or Mach decimal 51 for the descent. Have our decel point coming up in a couple of miles' time. Decel is coming up when we pass Bagzo. So descent currently is managed at 230 knots, a little bit slower. That is ideal for us. 77 miles from Manchester. We haven't picked up the Dublin VOR just yet. Sending now Isle of Man to the north of us. We can't see it just yet. To the south, Anglesey. Should we need to divert, we're going to climb straight back up and head for Manchester again. Hopefully we won't have to divert. The weather looks okay for Dublin. But we need to be able to see the runway by 369 feet on the current air cycle, or AIRAC cycle. Okay, so that's us levelling out now at 180 or 18,000 feet. We can bring our speed brake back in as well. Back to stowed. And someone spawned in a or a carbon cub straight ahead of us. 700 feet. So currently on the nose, the wind's coming from the north at 31 knots. Bring that back to 10 miles. And plan our descent in another few miles. We'll start to descend even further. Cold. There we go. We're now clear to descend 12,000 feet. Acknowledge that with ATC. And continue down to 12,000. So now on the descent, we can now come back to standard pressures. That's 3030 right now. So as we descend, hopefully we'll get further information on the new altimeter pressure setting that we need to put in for the aircraft. Going to be contacting Shannon Centre or even Dublin approach shortly, and then hopefully we'll be straight down the ILS to runway 28. So it's a standard glide slope at Dublin of 3 degrees as well. So we should intercept by Latmo. If not, our final approach fix will be Maxev, which is at 7 miles from Dublin, from touchdown. Last things to do, we're going to do one more fuel check. Check that we have the right amount of fuel. And we do, we've got plenty on board. We've got 13 tons of fuel on board. The lowest levels that we'll have is about 6, but we're not going to burn through that much fuel. We've used 6 tons so far for the duration of the flight. And more cold front coming in from the north. So, about to pass Rimvu. Constraints page is on, so we'll know our constraints when we get a little bit lower. Keep an eye on those as well. And now we're turning back towards Dublin. Coming in from the north, down by Drogheda, Gormanstown, and then we'll intercept at Maxev or Labno, just over Howth, on the approach into Dublin. So we've lost most of our ice on the airframe, although as we drop down through this cloud layer ahead, we'll probably regain it. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch our anti-ice systems back on.
descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Yeah, descending down to 3,000 feet, which is the altitude that we're going to intercept on the localizer when we get a little bit closer.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Irish Echo India November 1.
Bringing the speed brake out because Dublin can be quite a tight approach on the way in. We're going to reach our decel point in a couple of miles also, at which point I will activate approach for the approach phase. That's coming up after Bagso in about 11 miles. Correction, 5 miles. Tasty beverage, haven't kicking in. Gonna activate approach now, that way it saves us doing a little bit of work as we get in closer. So the aircraft's gonna slow down just a little bit to 197 knots. Contacting Shannon 13215 as well.
Going to 132.15 Irish Echo India November 1.
It's 132.15, which we now have in the box. Going over and we'll contact them.
Shannon Center, Irish Echo India November 1 is at 9,900 feet, descending 3,000 feet. Irish Echo India November 1, Shannon Center.
3030 on the altimeter.
30.30. Irish Echo India November 1, contact Dublin approach on 133.28.
There's a section of airspace that we're in now where we're going to get constantly handed over to the different centres. So 133.288. 132.280. As I said before, when we took off earlier, definitely need a first officer for planning lots of these little things into the cockpit. 280. That way, saves on the workload. 280. And we're below 230 knots anyway, so we need to be below 10,000. We are. At key rev, we need to be at 180 knots, which we're probably going to get directed as well.
Dublin approach Irish Echo India November 1 is at 7,800 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
Aircraft currently slowing down as well.
Dublin approach continue as planned.
As we can see.
0.30. Irish Echo India November 1, you are 27 miles northeast. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors ILS runway 28 left approach.
So we are clearing runway 28 for the approach.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors ILS runway 28 left approach.
Also, flaps and slats are coming to 1. That way we'll be below our speeds that are required coming over key rev. Anti-ice systems are on as we come down through this cloud layer, and that way we're inbound Dublin. Not going to be able to see much as we come through the cloud. We're going to see Hoth straight ahead, which is going to be our approach into Dublin. As you can see straight ahead at Latmo, Maxev, all the way in. We're already below 8,000 feet. Latmo is our next waypoint, which we've just turned in for. We need to be at 3,000. We'll be there. It's 15 miles ahead. We're at 6,600 feet. And by Maxev, we'll be at 3,000 or already established on the localizer. So we'll pull it up. We're 21 miles, already detected it. 21 miles to run to Dublin, and the Dublin VOR has just come in as well. As we continue our descent down to 3,000, I'll arm the localizer. It's now in on our primary flight display on the left. As we drop down over Latmo, we should intercept on the localizer, and then we'll arm our approach. Should be fully set up by the time we reach Maxev. with that said, after we get to 3000, I'm going to arm the speed brakes and then inform the cabin crew. We're going to switch back on our seatbelt signs as well.
Irish Echo India November 1, you are 20 miles northeast of Dublin. Maintain present heading and altitude. Contact Dublin Tower on 118.6.
So now gone over to 118.6 Dublin Tower and let them know we're inbound on the approach.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Tower on 118.6 Irish Echo India November 1.
And we'll contact Dublin.
Dublin Tower Irish Echo India November 119 miles northeast inbound ILS runway 28 left approach. Irish Echo India November 1 Dublin Tower. Cleared ILS runway 28 left approach. Altimeter 30.30 wind 244 at 15.
So the runway, I'm assuming, is dry at Dublin. Kind of looks that way. So what we'll do is we've armed our auto brakes to low. We've also then got our localizer armed. We'll just tune into the ATIS to confirm what we're getting.
Dublin Airport information Yankee 1100 Zulu. Wind 244 at 15. Visibility 2. Sky condition. Few clouds at 700 feet. Few clouds at 4,200 feet. Few clouds at 11,800 feet. Temperature 2. Dew point 10.
Okay, so it's going to be a little bit cold as we arrive into Dublin. Localizer is armed. Going to have to change over for our terrain radar, which we're going to get in just a moment. This is standard in the company that I'm with. And we may as well just use standard practice that we're used to. Anti-ice systems can now come off the aircraft. We no longer need them. Speed brake will be coming in just a moment as we get to actually come in now. But we're going to arm it. That little white line that we see. Overhead panel will come up, our runway turn-off lights can come on, and our landing light can come on as well. Should also be coming to flaps 2, so we'll go to flaps 2 and help us slow down a little bit further for the approach, get ourselves stabilized early. So what you're seeing straight ahead is Hoth Head, and as we turn in that will be at max EV, but we're going to intercept at Lapmo instead. No one using Dublin Airport at the moment, so we got a good clean runway to arrive into. Still a little bit of ice on the airframe, nothing really too much to worry about as we approach Dublin, that's okay. As we get lower that will all melt away. But absolutely stunning. This is live weather that we're using, absolutely beautiful. So we're still a little bit high, but we will be crossing Lapmo at 3,000 feet. So as we turn in for the localizer, I will then arm the glide slope. Once that turns green, the localizer turns green, we're direct into Dublin. Okay, so that is localizer established. We'll now arm our glide slope as well. Once we get our glide slope information, I'll start setting up the aircraft in case of go round, which will be 5,000 feet. So at 8 miles here at Dublin, just for fuel efficiency, we'll lower our landing gear. Runway will be straight ahead of us, as we can see there, we're just turning in for it, and we'll stabilise on a long final for Dublin. Landing lights are on, everything is on that we need, the cabin is ready. We can see the diamond coming in already for the glide slope, So we'll intercept on that in just a moment. So we're coming in on a category 3 single. That's completely fine and normal for Dublin as well. Going to be a little high over Maxev, that's no problem, as we're going to be intercepting at that point. And the ILS is a little bit higher as well at Maxev. 2,500 feet, we'll pass Maxev and direct into Dublin. And we've just captured the glide slope. Now going to set up 5,000 feet in case of go-round at Dublin. And we'll be climbing out on a heading. No, we don't worry too much about it, but it'll be 280 if we need to go round. Flaps are set at 2. We'll now, in a moment, we'll bring that down to 3. We're 7 miles, landing gear's coming down. $2,500. We go to stage 3 flaps, and then by the time we reach 1,500 feet to 2,000 feet, we then bring out our final stage, fully set up for our landing. The motorway that they discussed earlier on, that runs nearly parallel, you can see it there, running off to the left. Wouldn't say it's quite parallel, but at night it can be mistaken for a runway.
Irish Echo India November 1 cleared to land runway 28 left. Wind 244 at 15.
So we've just been cleared to land at Dublin on runway 28 left. We're on the ILS and descending at should be about 500 feet per minute. We're a little bit slow on that, but we are fully established. 700 feet a minute. And we're going to go full flap. Flaps are full, fully configured for landing. Our little checklist comes up. That's the outer marker that we've just crossed. Dublin is now coming up at 4 miles ahead. So looking straight to the runway. As we cross over the threshold, we will reduce our power to idle and flare at 50 feet. And no traffic to affect us. And we still have some train spikes since the last update. Hopefully they're going to be fixed and they'll be gone on January 26th update as well. Thousand feet, final checks fully configured, we are good, and also speed breakers aren't. Braking is set to low. Dry runway. I mentioned earlier that we are using the updated scenery for Dublin, and as you can see, it is exactly Dublin Airport. Terminal 2, the West Apron, the new towers, and the fuel farms are all fully modelled. Absolutely stunning. Coming up on decision height in a moment.
100 above.
We're still going. We're still descending for the runway.
400. Minimum
Landing.
300.
Autopilot's off at decision altitude and continuing down to the runway.
100.
Power coming to idle.
40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
And reversers active. Brakes to decel. Spoilers are up. 60 knots. Brakes coming back to normal. Or sorry, reversers coming to off. We're going to exit down near the end. .60 knots. Slow into taxi speed, and we're turning off here to the right.
Irish Echo India, November 1, turn next taxiway.
Off at Echo 6, we're going to taxi onto Sierras, and then contact the ground
Echo India, November 1,
and get our
contact
gate.
ground on 125.885.
We'll contact them as soon as we've cleared, which we're clearing now. We're going to stop here, as we would do in Dublin normally, and find our gate.
125.885 for Irish Echo India, November 1.
125.885. We're going to ground. Depending on the length of taxi, we may do a single engine taxi as well. Just to get to our gate. Fuel efficiency. Kind of becomes standard practice on most of the airlines. Yeah, it does increase the engine wear, but it's saving more on fuel, and that is the ultimate goal. It's 885. Request taxi to a gate.
Dublin ground Irish Echo India, November 1, taxi to the gate. Irish Echo India, November 1, taxi to gate 318 via taxiway Sierra 5 Sierra, cross runway 34 Alpha Alpha Tango 5. Taxiing to gate 318
So landing light and strobes are coming off, taxi light can be switched on.
34 Alpha Alpha Tango 5 Irish Echo India, November 1.
We've retracted the flaps, stowed them, and now we'll retract our flaps all the way in. So we're going to gate 318, we're going to taxi down. Let's just take a look at that one more time. So we're going 318 via Sierra 5, which we've just turned off on. Sierra, which we're on now, we're going to cross 34 onto Alpha. 34. Strange that it's not bringing us over onto the Whiskies. We're bringing us Sierra 5. And onto Alpha. Alpha Tango 5. So Alpha Tango 5 is actually... Okay, so yeah, now I see where it's bringing us. So it's bringing us Sierra 1. So, shutting down engine 1 for a single engine taxi. Also switch off our weather radar, we don't want to irradiate ground crews. So how are our brakes looking? I mean, one thing we need to look at, 120 and 130 degrees, that's completely fine. It's going to be anything over 280, or sorry, 290 on the Airbus A320neo would then become a problem. If you're just joining the stream, you are very, very welcome to the stream. Just after landing in Dublin, taxiing to our gate 315 via Sierra 1, over onto Alpha, link 2, and into gate 315, I believe. 318, sorry. Sierra 1, which we're actually going to taxi down to, is actually closed in Dublin currently and has been closed for about 2 years now, but that's why we've been told to taxi, so we will taxi down across Sierra, which would bring us down onto Alpha, link 2, into apron 5, and then onto gate 318. And also switch off the ILS. We no longer need it, and we don't need to cause any interference from any aircraft coming in to land in Dublin. The reason that these taxiways have been closed for the last number of years is actually due to two aircraft clipping wings with each other. So it kind of goes to show how important your ground clearance are. There's signs all over Dublin Airport now saying that the pilots maintain their own distancing. So as we come up runway 1634, we're going to just check that it is clear. It is clear. So we're going to switch back on our landing light and our strobes on our wings just temporarily. This is just until we clear over the main runways. They are active, or can be active. Once we're crossed here, we then taxi into gate 318 via Alpha, and then into link 2, apron 5. The new terminal is straight ahead of us. We're going into the old terminal, Pier 3. So we're now clearing our landing light can come back off and our strobes can come back off. I'm taxiing straight ahead on link 2. Apron 5, straight ahead of me. And then going on to gate 318. As soon as we see a marshaller, we'll know if it's 318 left or 318 right, but hopefully it'll be 318. Nice, simple gate to taxi in on. Use minimum power, that's no problem. As you can see, these are all over the ground and everywhere, these markings. Let's see, do we have a marshaller? Yeah, we sort of do. Once again, using minimum breakaway power. So by the looks of it, we're going on to 318 left. Sorry, 318 right even. But we can correct as we go along. He's waiting there for us, so yeah. Taxi light can now come off, that way we're not blinding our ground crews as well. And he's decided not to wave me in, so we'll get a jetway and baggage, but we're not going to get a ramp connection by the looks of it. So I know there is auto gate guidance here in Dublin for this stand in real life, however it's not modelled in the sim just yet, so we'll pull forward a little bit further. And there we go. Oh, and it's automatically connecting our jetway. So what we need to do is we need to switch back on our APU. We have ground power available to us. We'll take the ground power. And we'll now shut down engine number 2. So pitot heat can come off. Alright. Fuel shut off. And once we can see that rollback, our beacon must be turned off as well. Which it is. And parking brake. So once again, we need to check our, as you pull on stand, our brakes are cooling down, that's good. Our ground crew are not going to get injured. As our air bridge is now connected, we can also check our doors, make sure that they are open, and our passengers are disembarking. Which they are. ground services and get the baggage off as well.
Dublin ground Irish Echo India November 1, could you please send the baggage?
Irish Echo India November 1 baggage is on the way.
So you can see the low loader now going in to start unloading our bags. Our APU has just started and sounds like it's stabilising. Still have a little bit of ice left on the aircraft, but that was to be expected on the descent into Dublin. But absolutely beautiful day here in Dublin, Ireland. Go back into our cockpit really quickly. And as you can see, our jetway is connected, and also our doors are open to disembark, or sorry, to unload our baggage. Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you on the stream. I'd like to thank you for tuning in. If you are new to the channel and you did enjoy today's content of flying an airliner through the Mach Loop, well, we started off quite small with the M339 by Indio Echo Designs. Absolute lovely aircraft to fly. Would highly recommend it. This channel isn't sponsored by them, so if you do enjoy what you've seen today and you'd like to drop a follow or subscription, please feel free. It will also notify you of any time that we are streaming, which is normally Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays. But guys, from me here at the team of Irish Skies here on Twitch, or if you've been following on Facebook as Hobbit Gaming, or even Andy G from from YouTube, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the stream. Guys, stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon.